Hey there, everybody. It's Dan. I'm back for my second paint over of today. So I'm gonna get started on that. That's this elf dude. Okay, so as I go forward, if anyone has any questions, stuff they want to talk about, as usual, just put it in the chat, and I will take a look at it. If I see it, it looks like something good. So, yep, feel free to post stuff there. And yeah, I'm just gonna start working this up. First thing I'm going to do is crop out because the piece felt very claustrophobic. It felt like it was hugging the edges pretty tight. So I'm going to crop out a bit. Start here. I might recrop it later. But yeah. You get a layer going here. Rough in the background a bit. So this looks pretty, let's see. This looks pretty obvious as far as what you're going for. So, just an elf dude. I'm gonna guess like a D&D kind of thing, mage guy. He's got a staff. He's summoning what looks, I'm gonna assume, is like a little fire elemental sidekick thing. So, right off the bat, the you know, pretty basic composition. The idea is clear. I understand what's going on, so that's good. Stuff to work on. He's kind of just there, and he's not really doing anything. It's just sort of like I'm smiling and also happen to have this elemental. So we might make it a little more, narrative than it is. The other thing is, it's also sort of, the colors are all over the map. I don't really understand what's going on here. So we're going to play with that. In terms of the design, it feels very tame. This feels like a guy that I could go find at the mall. And I just put elf ears on him, basically. So we're going to play with the features a bit. We're going to make him look a little stranger, I think. And then, yeah, the overall pose for the narrative... I think, has to get pushed a bit. So I'm going to spend some time on this one. And again, as usual with all my paint overs, I'm going to crit it based on jobs I've done, clients I've worked for, what I know certain companies want to see, and just a general reaction to, does this excite me? Because for a character portrait, especially a character summoning something that's, fire or whatever, you want it to be visually exciting. You want someone to see this and go, oh, that's cool. Like, I'm interested in this. This is like a, I get it. Like, I want to, if this is for a game, the goal is for them to go, I want to play that game. If this is for a movie, the goal as an artist is to get them to go, I want to watch that movie. Like, it's not enough with illustration and advertising art and concept art to just do something cool. If you're part of a pre-production pipeline for concept art and you just draw something that looks cool, that's fine. You're in the design phase, but this feels like you're trying to pull off an illustration because of the little sidekick and because of the lighting in the background. It doesn't feel like a piece of concept art. So, concept art with a background isn't an illustration. That's what I'm trying to say. So, we're going to treat this as if it's an illustration. And that's how I'm going to move forward. Right off the bat, the background, I feel like because he's catching light, we need to darken that background up because you've got a light source in the piece already. It's the little, fire sidekick. It's the little elemental. So it's like, we don't need all this bleached out white over here, especially since this side of him's catching light. If this side of him's catching light, the fastest way to make it pop and feel interesting is to make the background it's projected against dark. So again, we've talked about this a lot on here. So again, it's opposites. Everything in visual art, interest always comes from opposites. You'll never see something in a painting that's interesting that isn't founded in opposites. Everything boils down to opposites. Where someone puts the light versus where all the shadows are is what makes that light interesting. A face against a giant atmosphere. The reason the face is interesting is because everything else is empty. It's concentrated detail versus emptiness. Blue looks good next to orange because of complementary colors. Those are opposites. So again, everything everything in art that's interesting boils down in the end to a creative and clever use of opposites. So, this side of the body is catching light. Automatically, my mind says, okay, that background needs to be dark because of opposites. Doesn't need to be incredibly dark, just needs to be darker. Now the second thing, you've got this kind of gray-green everywhere. The skin is catching some orange light. This is orange. So again, with opposites, the next thing I want to do is grab a color layer and make that background a lot bluer than it is to make that orange pop. Again, doesn't have to be incredibly blue, it just has to be kind of blue. So we're going to work up that. I might play with the opacity after I lay this in. I'm just going to rough it in real quick, so give me a second. So, again, we talked about this the other day. I'll bring it up now again for this paint over. Fire, like campfire, like flame, torch, candle, fire's not that bright in terms of like, you know, how far the light reaches. It'll reflect off shiny things for a pretty good distance, but the radius of like the glow effect of a flame, it's pretty dim. A lot of people treat fire like it's like a headlight from a car or something, and they make things very, very starkly lit up as a result when fire comes into play in the illustration. And fire just isn't that bright. It's very dim, and it's something to be aware of when you're doing stuff like this. So I'm gonna treat it accordingly. It's gonna catch some light here and there, but it's not gonna be, you know, super blown out. Grab an overlay, select some of the local blue, and again, I'm still, we'll get into the more nitty-gritty parts of the paint over in just a minute. I'm just trying to set the background and make it work, and then we're going to get into the design, the narrative. One thing I want you to keep in mind that I'm going to talk about in a minute when I zoom in on it is that the face really doesn't have any kind of emotion. It's just kind of casually like, hey, ah. Just kind of devoid. It doesn't really feel like he's emoting anything. So, let's take a look here. I'm thinking of a particular painting. Give me a second to see if I can find it. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. I'm going to grab some references here, pull them on my other screen so I can zoom in. Just give me a second. So, I'm going to put this guy in a setting, I think. I think that's the goal. again, bear with me, I'm grabbing some reference here so I can go into render mode in just a minute. Yeah. Okay, for now this is okay. So again, hold on while I drink my coffee. Maybe you have references for the face. Maybe you just study faces more than other things. Maybe you just like faces, but the face on this dude feels particularly more finished than everything else. So right off the bat, it kind of steals the show and makes everything else look worse by comparison. So that's something to focus on going forward. So right off the bat, before we get into this too much more, I'm going to significantly change this piece, I think. So I just want to preface everything and say, as I've already said, and I will continue to say every stream, these are changes based on what's going to get you work in your portfolio and what people want to see, based on jobs I've done, and other people, you know, we've all seen have done. So, if these crits work for your piece, that's great. If you think they don't work and it's totally not what you're going for, try to listen to the advice anyway and at least adhere to the fundamental changes. But as far as, as far as any paintovers I do on here go, it's strictly from the point of view where it's going to get you work. That's the only goal. Let's see here. Gonna bring the hand down to like here, so it's occupying a different part of the canvas compositionally. Gonna rough this in real quick. So in terms of the anatomy, there's a lot of straight lines here. A lot of straight lines. I just want to point this out before I go further. This is just something to watch out for in any future pieces you might do. I'm going to grab a red. Actually, fuck it. I'll grab a white to show this, because there's some red in the piece. Here's a straight line. Here's a straight line. 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 Line, 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 line. Line, line. Line, line, line. Like, it makes it feel very stiff and very flat when this kind of thing happens. Get some curves in there. Get some spheres. Get some cylinders. You know, the body is a cylinder. Every form on the body is a cylinder. Nothing's flat. You know, so break up, you know, again, opposites. What makes it interesting? If there's a lot of straight lines, really make good use of curved lines that follow the forms. Like, that's what's going to help it. So, as I paint over this, watch what I do to try and limit that. And again, anyone has any questions or paint over stuff or just general discussion, art related, whatever, in the chat, feel free to post. I am checking it as I paint, so I'll try and take a look. I'm going to select here little fire person. I guess elemental is the term. Bring it down here. this in. Pull that arm down. Now, as far as this, you're painting this like this is an edge. It's not an edge. It's going to wrap up and around. You know, so try and think of the anatomy in here. You're going to see some of the, basically the breast is here, the navel's here. So let's bring the sash up, number 1, to actually hug where his waist is going to be, because right now it's almost down on where his thighs would be. Let's bring that up, because that torso is very, very elongated. You'd be seeing light on everything facing the light. But don't light up the edges more than everything else. Light up, okay, so here's a very simple thing. I'll put it on a layer so we can discuss it. I'm going to grab a white to do it. Think of the body as a cylinder, okay? Think of the body as this cylinder right here, alright? It's curved form, it's a cylinder. There's a light source that's over here, and it's kind of 3/4 in front of it. So imagine that this is sort of in front and it's pointing down. So because light travels in straight lines in every direction, and because that is a cylinder, it's not going to get lit up. Let me grab a yellow here. It's not going to do this and light up the side of it because it's not over here. You know what I mean? If we extend this sphere out, it's doing something like this. It's like a big orbit around that, if that makes sense. This is the arc that that light source could travel on, okay? It's not over here, so it's not going to be catching the side of the cylinder. It's in front. And that means that it's going to come down somewhere more in the center. And because light bands around curved forms, the light's going to be hitting it like this. Now, because the body's more complex than that, it's actually more like a ball. So if we look at a ball, and we get the same light source, and it's coming down, what does it do? It makes a very bright area where the light hits, and then it gradiates out. So combining those two things we know about how light catches on rounded objects, we know that the edge of this guy's shirt isn't going to be lit for where that flame thing is. It's going to be more the center. Whoops. So over here, and then this edge can kind of roll off. It's going to be more like this. And then because if there's any folds, it's going to catch on the folds. Because those are, you know, they're like ripples in the form. And edges usually catch light when they're facing the form. So again, with the muscles in his arm, not on the edge, on the facing sides. So right here's a good example. The top of this arm, you can light up the edge because that edge is facing it. But over here, you know, it's down and in. It's not just a rim light. Now, he's got a cape, but it's like a really... I'm going to bring the cape down over the shoulders a bit more, because right now it feels very, very flimsy and just kind of there. Doesn't feel like it has any weight to it. And cloth is heavy, especially stuff that, you know, cape is made out of. Capes are heavy. So I'm going to bulk it up a bit, give it a bit more form, It's going to help make his silhouette feel more impressive too, since he's like an RPG character. You want to have a good silhouette that feels like a character. The shape is very, very important on RPG characters. Like, you know, World of Warcraft is basically a game made of shapes. Like, every single thing is so defined by its, like, contour in that game. So again, I'm going to pull it over here. What's my favorite thing to paint? Uh, Costume design. Doesn't matter if it's human or not. I don't like painting people. I like painting the stuff people wear, though. I mean, people are like a means to an end. Like, I gotta paint the people to paint the stuff on the people. But yeah, I like costumes. I like clothing. I like culture. So again, knowing what we just talked about with light, I'm going to make it not completely hugging the edge like it is right now. I'm going to bring it in a little bit more to the center. Grab this highlight you have. So if this is like, you know, the center of the cloth, it's going to catch there. Over here. Let me strip this down real quick. Okay. So I've been to England. Where else have I been? I've been to about 20 states in the U.S. I've been to Canada multiple times. Nova Scotia, which I want to say is part of Canada, but I'm dumb, so maybe it isn't. France, the Bahamas, Bali, which is in Indonesia, Taiwan briefly on my way to Indonesia. Yeah. I've been to Texas, New Mexico, California, Washington, Virginia, Florida, Rhode Island, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, New York, Connecticut. Like I've been all over the U.S. I've been almost to every state. It's like a lot. It's probably more than 20 actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, I've never been to Ohio. I've never been to Ohio. I can't say that I have. So I'm still roughing in. So the reason I changed it to blue and I bumped up the orange is because this feels very washed out. All the colors are kind of yellow to green, sort of. Even the skin's really washed out. I just want to get more color and contrast in here. Because he's wearing like a... I just want to double check because I'm colorblind. Uh, he's wearing like a very gray brown, like an extremely gray brown. It's almost the same color as this green. Like, do you see what I just did there? Like, watch the color picker as I go between these. It's like so close. It's so close. So yeah, watch out for that. So for example, if anyone's curious, because I've talked about this on here before, I couldn't tell if his shirt was green or not because this green was in the background, and that desaturated brown pushed towards the gray and that desaturated green pushed towards the gray are so close to each other that my eyes can't actually decipher what is green and what isn't. Like, I know this is green, but next to this, it makes everything else look green to me. It pushes it into that side of the spectrum for me. So that's how my color blindness kind of works. So if he's wearing brown and it's supposed to be like leather, you can get a lot more saturation in there. You can get a lot more actual color out of that leather. It doesn't have to be like gray suede. It can be like, you know. Yes, I'm dichromatically colorblind. I'm red-green colorblind. That means that I can't decipher the neutrals of those respective colors. So as red gets more brown and desaturated, it starts to look greener to me. And as green gets more desaturated and brown, it might look a little more red to me, and I can't tell them apart at a certain point. But yeah. Some light from the fire catching on the top of the sash. If you paint skin tones a lot and people tell you that the skin looks green and you can't see the green, you might want to get tested for dichromatic color blindness. That's everyone I know who has it. There's a few people in the art community that have it that I talk to. That's the #1 test for do you have it. If you paint skin all the time and people say it looks green and you can't see the greens, because skin is a very neutral color. It's not super rich, it's kind of pale. If that happens to you, then you might want to get it checked out. Yeah, I mean, any eye doctor can give you a test for it. I think there's tests online actually now. Hold on. The sun's sitting here, and it's catching on my monitor. Making it really hard to paint. Well, trust me, as a person that has color blindness, it's not fascinating. It's fucking annoying. But I appreciate the sentiment. The nice thing is, I will literally never know what I'm missing because I can't see that color. I can't tell it apart. It's not that things go gray when you're colorblind. It's that you can't figure out what color it is. It's still colorful, you just can't figure out which one. It's like if I look at denim jeans, like really faded ones, I can't tell if they're more violet or more blue. So I'm gonna make, this person doesn't really have an expression of any kind right now. I'm gonna work on that a bit. I'm gonna grab my trusty anatomy model and use that to light up the face. Give me just a second here. So I got my anatomy model. There he is. And set him up here. See here what works. Okay. What do I do besides art? Not much anymore. Art's kind of my full-time existence right now. When you start freelancing, it kind of happens that way. It takes a really long time to get anywhere, so you just kind of keep working. I swim a lot. I try to ride my bike more, but it's I definitely swim. Read a lot of books. Go out when I can, which is almost never. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty boring answers, honestly. I mainly do art, whether it's painting or teaching. So I'm going to try and give this face a bit more of an expression to push some narrative into what's going on. Let's see. Lol. Oh, Michael Comark. You're always good for face lighting, not for much else. Okay. I'm referring to studying from Comark. You can learn a lot from his faces because he very obviously uses models and knows what he's doing with those. But a lot of the costumes, a lot of the time, unless it's armor, which he's really, really good at, gets just kind of jumbled. Are you asking me that, Marjorie? Or somebody else? I'm confused. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat for a minute. Am I enjoying the art camp teaching? Let me read the question. How are you liking the art camp teaching stuff? I'm liking it a lot. It's been a lot of fun. I can kind of do it. I like how it's kind of user defined. I like how every instructor can kind of do their own thing and kind of play to their strengths as an instructor. I like that. Yeah, I'd like to see more people submitting stuff on the paintover thread. I don't know if people are just really busy with their assignments or if they're like feeling intimidated to ask for a paintover, or yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that is, but I'd love to see more participation in the paintover thread because I think that'll really help people get some actual portfolio work out of the experience. I'm gonna try some other stuff. I'm gonna try some other stuff in the coming weeks. Like, I think I'm gonna do an acrylic demo. I might just do some discussion streams. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'd love to see some more work in the paintover thread. There's a lot of landscapes, but a lot of them, for anyone listening who might be in art camp that's wondering why I'm not critting their landscape painting, I do crit landscapes. I've done a couple on here so far, but a lot of the work being submitted is just like very, very rough sketches where like I can barely see what's going on because it's almost like a gesture drawing. And like, that's fine, but I can't really give you a beneficial critique unless I can see what you're capable of doing. Because then you're basically just asking me to do a painting for you, and then you'll do your version of it. I want to see your painting pushed as far as you can get it, and then I'll show you how to improve that. But like sending me like a thumbnail or a sketch or something like that, that's not going to help you. Like, that's not how people learn. Like drawing a stick figure and handing it to me and asking me like, how do you do anatomy? Like, just do an anatomy drawing. Even if you don't think it's a good one, just do an anatomy drawing. Even if you think it's bad, even if you think you have a long way to go, that's fine. That's why you're here. You know, that's why I'm here. So just do that, submit it, and we can talk about that. You'll get a lot more out of it. Like, if I can see your absolute limits of your knowledge, I can tell you what you really need to focus on as opposed to everything. Because when I get a very vague piece that hasn't really been pushed in any significant direction and everything needs to be done, what else can I do in a paintover but just kind of do everything for you? Like, that's the thing you got to think about is like, I need to know what you're naturally good at because that's going to define the kinds of things you should be working on as an artist. So, the big thing with this piece in the beginning that I'm, back at the beginning, if I go back, there isn't really a background or a setting. So what I'm getting out of this is it's a character portrait. It's a character portrait clearly for a game that's something like Dungeons and Dragons or something like that. It's a mage elf dude with a fire elemental. He's just kind of standing there. He's just kind of smiling with a soft-featured face that looks like you probably painted it from reference. So basically, I'm taking it in the direction of it's going to be a piece of, character concept art leaning towards illustration. And what do we want to see in this kind of character? Because right now, this character has very nondescript features. I'm just trying to explain the decisions I'm making so they make sense. He's casting a spell, and there's a fire elemental sitting on his hand. Maybe it's not a spell. I'm going to assume it is, based on D&D stuff, that he summoned that or whatever. So, but this elf dude is just smiling, but not really smiling. The lips are ever so slightly curled up, and the eyes are just kind of dead, facing forward. And it doesn't feel like there's anything going on. It's just kind of like this dead mannequin face. So my paint over is going to be pretty severe because I feel like it needs to have something. And maybe you wanted this to be peaceful and happy. You can go that direction. For my paint over, I'm going to go, all right, this is a character that I actually want to play as in a game. Let's go for determined. Let's go for he's on an adventure. Let's go for, he summoned this thing because he doesn't know what's around the corner. Like, let's go for that moment of tension. Tension's good for people going, ooh, like I wanna know what happens next. Like, that's good in a portfolio, especially for stuff like D&D. So he's got something in his head I'm going to interpret as jewelry based on the rendering being similar to the thing down here. If it is jewelry, that's cool. We can turn it into something more, defined instead of just a ball being there, because it's like, how's it hanging there? Is it stuck in his head? There's no sign. I'm going to turn it into a kind of weird crown thing. A singlet. Which is probably me just thinking about Lotus War again. This actually looks a lot like my friend Sean Donnan. Sean, if you're out there, I miss you, babe. But yeah, this painting looks a lot like Sean Donnan. Oh, Sean Donnan, far away, a mighty river. So I'm going to slowly build this face in shadow. So, just want to give myself a marker. Alright, so when I do these, this isn't a sex symbol. I just want to point that out. What that is right there, I do these a lot when I need to zoom in and keep in mind what I'm doing so I don't get lost. So think about this circle as an orb. I'll put this line around it so you think of it as an orb. Okay. if the light's coming from the direction I just put it in, you do that because it's on the other side of the orb. But if the light was coming forward and up, I would put the first point of the arrow here. I would bring it out like that. Or maybe it's going up and to the side. Or maybe the light's in front of us and it's pointing down. Or that would be behind us, my bad. Behind us and pointing down. Or maybe it's in front of us and pointing down, and then you'd do this. And you wouldn't see the point where the arrow starts. Maybe the light's facing directly forward. You see that. But yeah. That's what that is. That's my lighting marker. So I'm going to do some cool faint light coming from secondary light source, which is going to be back here. Yeah. What shows am I into? I don't have TV. I don't have cable. I watch stuff online. I'm into Breaking Bad was like my favorite thing ever. Game of Thrones I love because I love the books. Cosmos was really good. I just finished Cosmos. That's really it. I haven't really been watching anything else since Game of Thrones and Cosmos ended. I gotta watch the second season of Vikings because I didn't watch that yet. Figure out what happens to Rollo and all those dudes. But, yeah. I don't have cable, so lots of shows I just don't watch. I like not having TV. I chose not to have TV the second when I went to college, I didn't want any distractions because I just wanted to work as much as I could and get a good education out of it. So, unfortunately, it didn't work out because the school I went to sucked. But I got rid of my TV, and it was the best decision I ever made. Getting rid of my cable was seriously the greatest choice I've ever made in my entire life. It's amazing how much time you spend in front of a TV when you have one without even realizing it. It's absolutely crazy. So I'm really, really glad I got rid of my TV. TV turns people into things they're not. I remember when I was a kid, my dad was a strong man. He was masculine, and he was wise, and he was world-weary and well-traveled. And he told me things about how engines worked and what snakes to watch out for in the woods, and he showed me how to use machetes and dig holes. And then I went to visit my parents 2 weeks ago, and my dad told me to, quote, "Shut the fuck up, I'm watching The Voice." And I said, "What has TV done to you, Father? What has it done?" You were once a mighty man. Ah. Once a mighty man. Oh, Father, what has happened to you? My dad just watches The Voice and Dr. Oz and Pawn Stars, and I think that's his favorite thing to do is watch Pawn Stars and then go to every junk shop in New England and try to tell the people that own the shop he knows more about them because he saw an episode of Pawn Stars. No, that's worth real money right there. I saw it on Pawn Stars. That's what my dad does now. No longer does he sail boats and hunt the wild and teach me the secrets of which trees bear poison berries and what animals to watch out for when the night is dark. Now he just watches Pawn Stars. And then he goes, this is the other favorite thing. This is just going to be a stream where I talk about what my dad does when I go home now. Welcome to this stream. He'll be watching like I don't know the names of the shows because I don't have a TV, so I'm just going to make up names and hopefully he'll know which one I'm talking about. Catfish Losers is the name of the show, where a bunch of deadbeat hick dudes go out in a boat and they go, I think there's a big catfish down there, but I don't know how I'm going to wrangle it. And my dad goes, Dan, come here. Shh. Look at this. Look at this catfish they're going to pull up. It's huge. Look at it. Dan, look at it. And I go, but Dad, these shows are stylistically designed to hype you up to a cliffhanger, then go to commercial break, guaranteeing that you will watch the commercial because you can't wait to see how the cliffhanger is resolved, and they never end up catching the fish. They just keep making fake cliffhangers over and over and over again until the end of the episode is there. And some idiot goes, well, catfish hunting's real tough. Sometimes you go bust, sometimes you catch nothing. And then nothing actually happens. And he said, no, son. Shut up. Watch this. They're going to catch a huge fish. He goes, oh shit, get it in the boat. Get a damn thing in the boat. And he goes, yeah. Then it cuts to black and it goes, is your credit score low? Going to my highercreditscore.getthere.com is how I make my credit score not bad. And then my dad sits and watches the rest of the show. That's what happens every time I go home. One of the characters on those shows always has like an offensive, stupid name. Always. It's like, my name's Tubby. And it's like the big fat guy who only wears suspenders. And then it says like Tubby in like an edgy font at the bottom. It's like everyone else acts like they respect Tubby. When you go catting with Tubby, you know something's going to end up on that hook. Tubby might look strange, but no one on this bog has more experience than him when it comes to catfishing. And then the announcer comes on with his clean voice, and he goes, "At the end of the day, none of the fishermen have caught anything worthwhile. With the season coming to a close, it's do or die before they reach their quota or hit bust." Deep in the South Swamp, Tubby found one catfish that got away. Maybe he'll find it before the end of the season. It's like, I hate all of it. It's all just a formula. On the other side of the swamp, deep inside the mangroves, Jonathan's having trouble with an unexpected guest. And then the funny music comes on and goes, "Wa-dum, ba-bum, wa-dum, ba-bum," and it's him trying to get out of a boat, but there's an alligator there. "I don't want to jump too quick or he gonna snap me." Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Wah, wah. Anyway, I understand these stupid fucking shows way too well. So, what were we talking about? Let's talk about art again. Let's get off this topic. Stop talking about Tubby and the Catfish Gang. Pretty sure I'm just going to call this stream Catfishing when it's on YouTube. It's going to have nothing to do with this character portrait. It's just going to be catfishing. We could talk about Disney background painting. I'm doing a master copy of a Bambi background. Yeah, that's cool. I love how, well, not so much anymore, but if you look at all the classic Disney films up to like the 80s, actually, fuck it. I mean, it counts for all of them, but back in the day when it was like the backgrounds in Sleeping Beauty look completely different than the backgrounds in all their other paintings, and the backgrounds in Snow White look completely different because they used to treat everything like its own thing. Like, they made it look very, very stylized in Sleeping Beauty because they wanted it to feel like a storybook, and they wanted it to feel particularly like an English storybook. So, like, everything's flat, there's lots of geometric patterns. It's like, it's really, really cool. Like, I like how they would just do that. And then in other ones, it's like full-on realism. It's really interesting. But yeah, I love Disney backgrounds. They're really, really cool. I'm trying to think of which one had my favorites. Not sure. Probably Beauty and the Beast, just because it's my favorite Disney movie. Full stop. But yeah. Yeah, Animation Backgrounds is a great blog. Anyone who's into painting... sorry. Anyone... Talking too much, my voice is going to crack. Anyone who's into painting landscapes or backgrounds should check out that blog. It's beautiful. Oh, and if you guys haven't seen it, the reason Disney could do that stuff, like, you know, take the same thing and paint it a million different ways and stylize things certain ways whenever they wanted to, is because Walt Disney used to encourage this thing where, if you guys haven't seen the video, go watch it. It's on YouTube. It's he would have his artists go paint things, and everybody would paint it the way they saw it. So he was really, really huge on how many different ways can you see the same thing? How many ways can you interpret the same thing and still have it be valid? So there's a video on YouTube of, I think it's 6 Disney animators, and they go out and they do a plein air drawing of a tree. And each one of them has a different style, so each one of them draws the tree completely differently. And then at the end, they each express why they chose to draw the tree the way they did, and each one makes perfect sense. And you're like, oh god, okay. And that's why it used to be such a powerhouse back then. That's why that studio could do anything. is because they constantly encourage people to do that. Like, you know, go to a zoo and draw a lion, you know, 10 different ways. Like, go into a forest, draw a tree 7 different ways. Like, just how many ways can you possibly draw this thing, and then find the one that fits the project the best. It's a really, really cool exercise. Actually, I found a YouTube link for it.
The best advice I've ever given to students who have studied under me has been just this. Educate yourself. Easy to the eye.
So, what I was just talking about with Sleeping Beauty, he talks about that in the beginning of this video, and he shows you how they're stylizing the trees for very specific reasons to make it feel like a play, to make it feel like a storybook, very intentionally flat stuff. And then they go out into the woods, and you watch all these dudes draw a tree a bunch of different ways, and it's really, really remarkable. Because you start understanding, like, a certain way one guy draws a tree that's very dark and very bleak feels like, you know, Sleepy Hollow. And you're like, oh, okay, so that style would work for, like, Ichabod Crane. Another one feels very much like a stage show, very flat, very playful, and you're like, oh, okay, they went with that for Sleeping Beauty. And, like, it's really cool how the Disney brand back then used to be able to just jump around into all different styles. And that's what I liked about, a lot of people didn't like The Princess and the Frog. I don't know why. I don't really understand it. I liked it a lot. They did a lot of very flat 20s Art Deco stuff in that movie, very intentionally. There's a whole music number that has everything in that style. And, like, that's really cool. Like, they really understand all the different stuff. But yeah. Well, that's the thing. That whole boot camp mentality is pretty new. Like, when you say, like, the Disney guys got together and had, like, an after-hours boot camp, I don't really think that's what it was. I think they just enjoyed doing it. Like, I don't think they really left work. All the stories I've read and all the interviews I've seen of Disney artists from back when Walt was actually there basically say that they just lived at the studio. Like, he brought things in. Like, they just loved it. Like, he would, like, when they did Bambi, if you watch all those videos on YouTube, like the one I just linked, we'll link to some other ones. When they were doing Bambi, he flew in all different kinds of deer, and they just lived on the grounds, and they basically turned the quad at the old Disney studio into a menagerie. And all the artists would just go out there and draw all the animals. Like, it's crazy. Oh no, I know that. I know that they did whole films to teach new guys, but it wasn't like a we're gonna go kick each other's ass boot camp, woo! Like, it wasn't that mentality, because that's a new thing. Like, that's a very new thing. But yeah, they all loved it. They had to love it. That's like how they weeded out the people that wouldn't be a good fit. But yeah, no, that very conceptart.org mentality of, like, destroy me with a crit. Just fucking eviscerate me. I just want to, just fucking hurt me like that. Those people weren't around. So, lay me out on the floor, spread my limbs wide open, just fucking start kicking me with a crit. I want to throw up after. I want to know them so bad that I vomit. Like, those people are new. Yeah, those people are always funny to me. It's like a joke. I like how some people think that's cool. I mean, I'm not saying what is or isn't cool. I'm just saying that that mentality is like a 15-year-old. I'm gonna learn karate. Fucking hit me, man. Fucking hit me so hard. I can take it. It's like, I don't know. Like, everybody's bad at tons of things, and everybody's good at tons of things. That's the only reason I don't understand, like, that mentality. Like, everyone's got tons of stuff to work on. Sure. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going on this paint over. Dude, I went to the workshop and I handed my portfolio to insert artist name here. And he fucking ripped me apart. It was so good. I was like, dude, I didn't even know I was that bad. And he was like, you're that bad. And I was like, oh my god, thank you. Oh. I don't know. I don't get those people. It's like, it's not exciting to go home and know you're bad and sit in a room and improve. Like, you have to do it, but it's not like a, you're not like a character in a movie. Like, I'm all for getting pumped and doing hard work and stuff like that, but don't talk about yourself that way. Like, I'll listen to the Blood Brothers remixes like all day while I work because it's good motivational music to work. But what I don't do is then call somebody and go, "Hey, what did you do today, man?" "Oh yeah, me. I just got my ass kicked in the fucking bullpen. I sat down with my pencils and I was like, fuck, I'm so bad." And then I did like 50 reps. Then I sharpened my pencil. I did 50 more, and I was like, fuck, I'm so bad. But I like the pain, so whatever. Like, I do it and I don't talk about it. Mm. I know, like, that's the weird thing is, like, I do all this stuff that I hate as a joke, and, like, I get that it's a joke when I'm doing it, and it's, like, funny and motivating and whatever, but, like, I think some people actually cross that line, and they're like, I am cool. I'm so cool. My struggle is very important. what I'm going through right now is a very inspiring story. Like, I think some people actually get there, and that's scary to me. That's like really scary to me. So again with the edges, the thing we talked about earlier. It might catch on this one because it's coming forward a bit, but definitely up here it's going to catch in the middle. Actually, I might... Oh, I might change this arm completely. Change it completely. Because this staff doesn't work at all. Let's see. Um... Let's see. Let's potentially crop out here and see what I can do. Hey Dan, I have a problem where I paint things too dark and don't realize what I did until I see it on another monitor. Do you have any tips to avoid that? Yes, get a new monitor. That's the best tip I can give you. Get a calibrated monitor with accurate color and accurate light. Otherwise, you're just shooting in the dark, quite literally. So get a new monitor. They're not that expensive when all things are considered, and they're tax deductible because everybody does work on computers nowadays, so just get one. Deduct it from your taxes if you have to. And, yeah. You absolutely have to have that. If I keep the staff in the position it was in, I'd want to raise it, which means it would have to, like, I'm trying to figure this out. It would have to, like, come up here and that might be okay to do. Like, I could do that, and then I could bump this side into extreme shadow because it's going to be against the light. Let's try that. Let's see if that works. I don't love it, but I might be able to make it work. There's lots of different kinds of calibrated monitors. You should just go on Google and find one. I think what's it called? The Dell Ultra Sharp or the Dell Ultra Sharp Pro or whatever. Those are like $400, right? Those are the ones that most people get. I'm not sure. If anyone in the chat knows of a good new one that might be more modern than the Ultra Sharp, feel free to weigh in. Talking about calibrated monitors here. But, yeah, I mean, monitor calibration, it should be in the specs. Like, you should be able to look it up. So, I chose to go with this because the body felt very flat and nothing was cropping over it. And I feel like at least this will activate the body a little bit more. So let's try it. Because I don't want to change absolutely everything from the original, or it's less of a paint over and it's more of like a... I'm just doing an illustration that's similar to yours. So I'm going to try and keep the arm in the basic position you had it in and just kind of work on a few things. Like, in terms of this design, having just bare arms is kind of weird, so I'm going to bring in some of that cloth that he has, give him something, you know, something on here. Maybe bring that gold back in. The knuckle here. I'm also going to push this thing because this line feels too straight. I'm going to push this out like it's more like this. So it's coming up and covering part of the shoulder. That feels more natural for the kind of costume it is. So basically, if it wasn't clear earlier, just to reiterate here, the only element in this piece that felt kind of exciting and original was the little fire thing, little elemental summoned thing that he had. So I'm kind of reorganizing the whole piece, if you hadn't noticed, to reinforce that as kind of the element that defines it. So by playing down the other light source and really pushing everything away, it's allowing that light, that little fire dude to become, or fire girl, I guess, to become the light source, and that's making it more of an element of the illustration. It's doing more in the illustration now, And because it's doing more on the illustration, it has more of a purpose. There's a reason it's there. It's doing something to the piece. It's affecting the piece. Like, that's what I wanted to get out of it, because it felt like it was just kind of random and not really doing anything. But now it's like, you know, it's lighting everything up. Like, now it's actually serving a purpose. He cast it for a reason because he's in a dark place. Like, that's really it. No, I'm not going to keep him on the top. I'm not going to put the fire dude on the top of the staff. I don't think they're going to compete too much when I'm done rendering it. I've got an idea for what I want to do with them. That's his weapon, and this is his spell in his other hand, so that's fine. I'm going to change the little fire thing anyway, but I'll do that later. Right now, I want to just make sure that this is all set. Whoops. I'm going to raise the waist up even more, I think. We do that now. To like here. It just feels like it's sagging kind of low. The point of this sash is to tie around the waist, and it doesn't feel like it's around the waist because it's just too low. I'm going to raise that up just a little bit more. This feels better now. Small the back, there. Alright. So Dan, was I missed? Yeah, kinda. I don't think you were gone for too long. That's the honest answer. Okay. Take this cool light. As a REM light. Get this cape down here. Figure it out. Anyone else have anything they'd like to talk about in the chat? Anything at all? Yeah, I've pretty much curved everything except this thing going down the middle, which I'm going to take care of in a second. The hands are curved according to the muscles. This one needs a little bit of fixing. But yeah, this is curved now. This is much more of a curve. This is curved. This is curved. This thing down here is about to be curved. Dan DeSantos. That's cool. I like Dan DeSantos. Some light from the fire thing catching down here. Sink this end into shadow a bit more. And over here, and because of, let's see. I'm just very quickly gonna okay. What element is my favorite? God, I don't know. Plutonium. Get it? Get it? I took a lame question and I gave an even lamer answer. I did it. I did it. I succeeded. That joke had weight. Do you get the reference? It's because the periodic table is arranged by weight. These are some very random questions. What's my favorite animal? Oh, I don't know. Either a turtle, an armadillo, or a catfish. One of those three. One of those three. I love catching catfish with my fellow catfish hunters. With Tubby. This live stream channel is all about the callbacks. Maybe you weren't here for that part. Let's figure out this hand. Let's see. Sounds like they're having a party outside. Oh, okay. Still rough here, still rough. Sorry, I'm posing my hand while I paint, so it's going to take a minute. Let's take a look. Here's an art-related question. Is there any particular exercise or subject you think that people have a tendency to neglect in their studies that they should spend more time on? Obviously, it's based on the individual, but I thought it might be a good topic of discussion. Yeah, the biggest thing everybody avoids is memory studies. Almost nobody does them. Memory studies are hugely important. Uh, they're probably the fastest way to learn something, and nobody does them. A memory study is when, let's say, for example, this is just an example. I draw 9 bodies from my Hogarth book, and then I shut the book, and I put away all the Hogarth bodies I drew, and then I draw a 10th one completely from my memory. Then I pull out the Hogarth bodies that I drew and the book, and I look at it based on the one I did completely off the top of my head, and I look at the things I got the most wrong, and I make a list of those. And then I do another 9 Hogarth bodies, and I really focus on those things. Then I put all the reference away, then I draw one completely off the top of my head again, and I look and see if I improved. And if you keep doing that with enough stuff, eventually, eventually, you really, really start to learn things. And I think the reason most people don't do them, myself included, I did a lot back in the day when we were going strong with the daggers. I don't do them anymore because I just don't have time. Like, I want the time to do them. It's just like, it's just frustrating enough that I don't do it, because it's like, you got to do a bunch. That's the thing. It's a repetition thing that activates part of your brain. It's like a workout. You have to do those 9 drawings before you do one from memory. You have to warm up and see the muscles and get it, and then shut everything off and do it from memory. And it's like, it takes a while. It takes a while to get anywhere doing those, but they're hugely beneficial. Hugely beneficial. All the ones I did back in the day were like great exercises. Kim Jong-ji isn't really memory studies. Kim Jong-ji just does nothing but draw all the time. I mean, if you do nothing but draw all the time, and I mean nothing but draw all the time, constantly, for the amount of time he's been doing it, you're going to be that good at drawing. It's not like he's some kind of fluke of nature. It's just he's been doing it like crazy for a very long time with no breaks. You know, like you're going to get good at it. That's with anything, though. That's not just art. Like, if you do something that much, you're going to be good at it. Like, Kim Jong-ji is not like some alien creature from a planet of people that draw good. He's just a guy that worked harder at it than anyone else really has. Like, he just does it constantly, and that's why. Like, I don't understand people that think he's some kind of like Ark of the Covenant situation, some mysterious thing. Like, yeah, he's wicked good. I'm not discounting that he's wicked good, but he's not wicked good for mysterious unknown reasons that no one else can tap into. If you want to do absolutely nothing but draw for 16 hours a day, every day for 15 years, you're going to be really fucking good at it. So do it if you want it. If you don't want it, stop saying you want it. Like, there's no secret to doing that. Yeah, all those myths are dumb. Anyone who buys into some myth is just silly. Unless the person actually has a disorder, like that kid who can look at London and then shut his eyes and draw London from memory or whatever that is. Like, unless someone actually has some kind of memory disorder that affects their ability to draw, it's like, that's all bullshit. All that stuff's bullshit. Oops, I drew on the bottom layer. I don't know, it's 2 things. It's 2 things I'm going to chalk it up to. Number 1, people need an unachievable excuse of why they can't do something. They need to go, oh, but that's Mount Olympus. I can't climb it because of blah 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 blah. Like, they need an impossible standard because it gets them off the hook. Lazy people need that. They need something they can look at unequivocally and go, well, I can never do that because it's not something a normal human can do. And then the second part of it is people like telling ghost stories. People just like to have that stupid, you know, I saw a UFO the other night. No, dude, really, I did. I talked to a ghost. No, honestly, it happened. Like people just in general love to have something ridiculous to fan about. They just need it. So it's like, did you hear that one day Kim Jong-gi had a seizure and he collapsed? And when he got up, suddenly he could see the world in lines, the same way Neo could see the world in numbers. And it's like, shut up, man. He's just a guy that draws all the time. Like, if you're gonna love something about him and idolize it and tell stories about the hard fucking work. Like, tell stories about the amount of time he took to do that. Like, don't turn it into a fucking fairy tale. And the other thing that's crazy is that there's other people out there that can draw like Kim Jong-gi, but you've never heard of them because they aren't Kim Jong-gi. Kim Jong-gi is a guy that likes to teach and likes to go out there and likes to talk and likes to be extroverted and likes to be, like, you know, friends with people and go places and do conventions and put out books. But there's people, you know, I'm not saying only in Japan or that part of the world, but there's people over there that have been animators for 30 plus years working on all kinds of hand-drawn anime and stuff like that, who are absolute machines at drawing that you're never going to hear about because they're not extroverted people. You know, there's tons of people that can do that, but they, you know, they might not be as good or they might not be as out there, but like, it's not like he's some fluke of nature. You know what I mean? Like, other people can do that. Like I'm a huge fan of that same style Kim Jong-gi works in. I'm a huge fan of Terada Katsuya or Katsuya Terada. I can never tell which one's the first name, but like there's a bunch of people that can do that stuff though. It's just I don't know. He's Kim Jong-gi is a thing, and some people aren't. You know, I've seen crazy books of drawings, like pre-production work from like anime movies and stuff like that, like Ghost in the Shell and Akira and other stuff, and the drawings are just as good and they're just as insane and it's crazy, but it's just he's done more of them and put them out there in book form more than those other people, so he's the guy that's known for it. But yeah, no, not discounting Kim Jong-gi at all. I love Kim Jong-gi's work. I've got a bunch of it. Like, fantastic stuff, really fantastic stuff. I just don't like people that have to turn everything into a fairy tale. I really don't like that. Do you feel like the talent thing is coming up again? I see tons of people legitimizing talent again, or maybe it never went away. It's never going to go away. Talent isn't a word for us. Talent is a word for everybody else. Like someone who's never drawn a picture in their life who's really good at accounting or something is going to look at your work and say that you're talented. That's their word. It's not our word. Like people have misappropriated talent into something it's not. Like that's the thing everybody seems to not understand, and I'm not quite sure why. Like talent isn't for us. It's not a word for this community. It's a word for that community. People in the field can legitimize talent all they want and say that they want to, but that's who the fuck cares? It doesn't exist. Like if someone works really hard for 10 years and gets really good and then after that 10 years people say, "Wow, you're talented." That's just them seeing the result, not the journey to get to the result. And that's fine, you know. That basically just means they're saying, wow, at 30 years old, you're talented. At 20 years old, you weren't talented. So they're just redefining the word at that point. Like, you know what I mean? It's no longer, you've always been good. It's just, oh, you're good right now. I'm going to call it talent for lack of a better term. Like, it's such a normal word that we've all heard so many times. It probably just slips out of people's mouths and they don't even hear it. Like, oh, you're talented. Like, talented might just need to be redefined right now. As in, you know, talented might mean, like, oh, you're talented. Oh, you've worked really hard to get good at this and now you're good at it. You're talented. Like, talent doesn't need to be legitimized or delegitimized. It just needs to be redefined. Like, that's really it. It's just, and then the other side of that argument is, who the fuck cares? Like, if someone says someone's talented, why does anyone care? Why does everyone have to, talent doesn't exist, talent does exist. Like, it doesn't, who cares? Why even have the discussion? Just do your work and enjoy it and become talented in their eyes, if they're going to use that word. Like, whatever. I only talk about talent not existing to people that are beginning because it's detrimental. The idea of talent is detrimental. It's like predestination for artists. Basically, it's like, in the same way that exists, beginners will go, oh well, I'm not talented, so why even try? I'll never be as good as so and so, so why even try? It's like, that's the only context I would talk about talent in, is to just say, oh well, you know, maybe you're thinking about this whole talent thing wrong. It's not really what you're identifying it as. But outside of that, it's like, I don't care. People are dumb. People say all kinds of things that are wrong. It's just, who cares? You can't police everybody. I used to try when I was an idiot. Like, back when I first started freelancing and I was streaming all the time, like, I used to get mad about people that said stuff that wasn't true, and I'd freak out about it and, like, tell everybody, this person's wrong, don't listen to them. And then I realized, like, who the fuck cares? Like, really, it's like, who cares? Like, what they're saying is valid from a certain point of view, and what I'm saying is valid from a certain point of view. So in the end, it's just going to be shades of gray anyway, so who fucking cares? Like, I could talk about how tracing is harmful till I'm literally dead. I could exhaust all the air in my lungs and still be talking about how tracing could cripple your entire career, because I've seen it happen to so many people. But on the other side of the spectrum, there's going to be tons of people defending it because they use it and they want to keep using it. So what is it? It doesn't achieve anything. I'm never going to beat it. You know what I mean? So it's like, whatever. If tracing works for them and they're doing it, that's fine. For every one person tracing works for, there's 10 people who it hurts. So it's like, whatever. Those are just that's just it. You know, there's always going to be that statistic. I'm not going to change that. People are going to do what they want to do. But yeah, I don't get upset about that stuff anymore because there's no point. There's no right way or wrong way to do this. There's only one wrong thing in the entire artistic community, and that's plagiarism. Everything else is up for debate. Like, once that clicked, I was just like, oh, okay, well, this is pointless to talk about then. That's why I like doing paintovers, because I'm really into the idea of showing, not telling. I think telling can leave way too much room for interpretation. And I think 9 times out of 10 when people interpret something, they get it wrong. So I like to show. This is much better than if I did a written crit. Because then it would be like, well, the lighting's wrong, and maybe the fire should be more important, and, turn the face towards it and do a 3/4 frontal lighting, and it's like, those words could mean anything depending on who's reading it and what educational background they've had. Depending, how competent they are with the terminology, depending what instructors they've had, depending what classes they've gone to. It's like, there's so many factors when you read, like, you're putting as many words into the writing as you are reading them off the page, 9 times, like, all the time, pretty much. It's so subjective. So it's like, if you're going to critique somebody and make a comment about their work, this, I think, is the absolute best way to do it. Because it literally shows them what you're talking about, and you can explain it in real time. Dan, is there a way to have back to listen me and Dave's old live streams that get deleted? The ones that got deleted are deleted. There's tons of them on YouTube if you go to my YouTube channel. Like, between me and Dave's YouTube channels together, like, every talk worth listening to, I think, is there. I mean, there's a lot that did get deleted that are never going to be back, unfortunately. There's a lot of talks we've had on Dave's channel that are just gone forever. I save every talk we've had in the past 2 years. Every talk that's actually about something that isn't just us making fun of stuff or just having a discussion about whatever, I save. So yeah, they're all there. You can get them on YouTube. There's a couple that seem to be more popular than the other ones. So I'm not sure if you're referring to one of those, but yeah, they're all on YouTube for the most part. Oh, that's Home Invasion. Yeah. It didn't get broken into, but kind of. People were outside screaming at me through the window, and then they broke into my apartment building, but not my apartment. And then the cops showed up. That's on YouTube. That's Home Invasion. No, that never happened. That version of it never happened. Yeah, the pizza guy standing behind me. That was a scary incident. I remember that one too. Yeah, there was a lot. I mean, that's what happens though when you live stream as much as we used to live stream. All kinds of things can happen, and you never know what's gonna happen. So it was, yeah, there was a lot of interesting things. I'm gonna make this ear less of a straight line. I talked about that in the beginning. It's time to address that. Yeah, we had some good streams back in the day. I'm sorry that that is no longer the case. We have them from time to time, but not nearly as often. What do we start drawing as kids? Well, I don't know about Dave as a young kid. I think he drew a lot of superheroes and characters he saw on TV, like G.I. Joes and stuff. I'm pretty sure that's what he drew when he was a little kid. When I was a little kid, I wrote stories and illustrated them, like super simple ones. Super simple ones, like Steve is in the garden, but in the garden there's a snake, like that kind of thing. And like I'd watch Disney movies and I'd draw the characters. Like that was some of the oldest drawings that my parents have from when I was a kid are really terrible drawings of all the characters from like Beauty and the Beast, like all the cups and like all the like furniture with faces and all that, like tons of that. Yeah, I don't know. At around 10, I started doing lame attempts at like. If anyone's ever seen that Onion review of The Hobbit, which is my favorite video they've ever made, that's basically what I was and what Dave was from like ages 10 to 16. Like, it was just, here's my fantasy character who totally is a ripoff of like 17 other fantasy characters. Here's my version of, that guy from Adult Swim, Toonami. But we're not going to say that we stole it, and I'm going to, like, he's got 50 million belts, and, here's my guy from Final Fantasy X, but it's my version of him. Like, just tons of that. Tons of video game stuff, tons of lame character designs, all that shit. Like, so much of it. But, yeah. Actually, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. There we go. Had to go into my closet. Had to go into my closet to find the big folder of drawings me and Dave did in high school. And here it is. Oh my, these are so shit. Wow, these are bad. Ho, these are bad. Let's flip through and find some winners. Let's find some winners. Jesus. Found a drawing Dave did of me as a princess and him as a knight saving me. Wow, these are really bad. Good times, good times. I'll show you, but let's see here. It's going to be really small because I can't switch my live stream to a camera. So, yeah, fortunately. Gonna have to just use photo booth. Hello. It is I. So we've got a Dave Raposa original of him carrying Princess Me away when I had my long hair. There you go. That's him taking me to safety. Let's see, what else we got? What else we got? We got, this is one I drew in high school of a monk man wearing chainmail and fancy clothes. I'll tilt it up. Look at that. It's really flat and bad. Big broken hand. Woohoo. We got some really old stuff, actually. Here you go. Here's a man with a mechanical arm. Me and Dave designed. He's super cool. Very cool concept. Very cool. Man, these sure are great. So many things. Here's another Dave Raposa original. There you go. Top Hat Man. Back when we both did nothing but anime. Good times, man. Good times. Sorry, there's so many I'm not showing. So I just don't care. You know. Wow, this is hilarious. Yep. Anyway, I used to design lots of robots, so there's a lot of robots in here. Went through a bit of a robot phase. But yeah, you get the idea. Anyway. So there you go. You asked and you received exactly what you asked for. I don't have anything older than that. Like, we both had really old stuff saved to our AOL accounts, because we both used to have AOL accounts. And AOL suddenly decided they were going to take down their FTP space without notifying anyone from people that had AOL accounts back from the dial-up days. And everything we had on the FTP was lost. And we don't have the physical files. So, like, it's all gone. Like, all the bad anime we used to do, like, all of it's gone, pretty much. I have a couple things saved, but, like, pretty much everything's gone. And I lost a ton of art this year because I went to Florida in the winter, and I forgot that my place didn't have insulation around the pipes because I moved into a new place, and it flooded, and all the boxes that had all my old drawings in them got completely destroyed. So all those are gone now. But hey, that's okay. That's what happens. I've considered doing some acrylic work again for a long time, but my clients keep me busy, and they don't. The clients I have right now won't let me use acrylic because of the turnaround time they need, and because of all the revision stuff they want done on the same file. Like, they want things layered, so it's like it just would take way too much time to do it in acrylic. So maybe someday I'll do some acrylic stuff again when I have time and the work I'm doing isn't medium sensitive. But it definitely is right now, so it's not something I can really do. Let me focus on this paint over again and try and start getting into finishing it. Dan, will you be my gay best friend / not gay best friend? I don't know what you're asking for. I mean, I'm not gay, but guys are cute. But you said you're a girl. You're gonna have to define this relationship better for me. I don't know what I'm getting into. I don't know what I'm getting into. I'll be your internet friend, because I have no idea who you are. But yeah, sure. Yeah, but then I'd have to put my Skype account out there for all of you to see, and I'm not going to do that, because who knows who's watching. Not doing that. Not doing that, because the internet's not safe. I don't know what I could do. Sorry. If there was a woman in my life, she'd theoretically be jealous. This is pure conjecture, though. Okay, let's figure this out now. Just trying to figure out what I want to do with the cape. Oh, let's see here. I don't know what you guys can hear because I don't know how sensitive the microphone is. But I live behind a Moroccan restaurant, and the owner's like a really nice guy, but he's like super like. Okay, actually, you know what a really good example is? Have you guys ever seen Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark? You know his friend who lives in Egypt, who's like Indy, like that guy. I am the Sultan of the Seas. I am a sailor in the Queen's Navy. Like the guy who played Gimli back when he was younger. That's the guy who owns the restaurant. Like, exactly that guy. Like, that's him. If the Ark is in Tanis, it is cursed. Like, and I can hear him. I don't know if you can hear him because the microphone on these iMacs is really sensitive, but he just yells at people in his restaurant all day, and it's really, really funny because I can hear everything. And he goes, "Hello, my brother! My brother!" Like, all day. "Have a seat. I'll make you a lamb." Like, it's so loud. No, he's not Italian. He's Moroccan. He's Moroccan. If anyone makes a joke that ends in "don't come a knockin'," you're gonna get banned. You're all gonna get banned. Don't. I know you're typing it. Take what as a no? What's going on? I'm not looking at the chat. What's going on? Sorry, when I paint, I paint. And when I look at the chat, I look at the chat. And sometimes I miss things. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm a failure. I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud. I'm a monster. I'm the worst human. Oh, you can hear the dripping water. I can't even hear it because I tune it out. Let's change that right now. Drip, drip, drip. Oh. You have my DA? I mean, I'm not going to say no. I'm not usually on Skype, though, so I don't know what to tell you, but you can go ahead. I'm on Skype during office hours. Maybe we should take this relationship slow. Oh, you thought it was raining? No, that's just my faucet. I can't even hear it anymore. Like, when I call people, they tell me it's dripping, and I've tuned it out to the point where I can't even hear it. I like when I just hear screaming in the restaurant, and I know it's like happy screaming, but at the same time I'm like, should I go over there? Should I talk to somebody? As I zoom in and paint an elf mouth. The Elf Mouth Trilogy by R.A. Salvatore. Book 1, The Shattered Crown. Come on, Photoshop, stop moving the fucking file around. So I think he had a ponytail originally, right? Yeah, ponytail. Hmm. Okay. Dan, do you have some personal secret project you want to put out in the future? I have many. There's tons of things I'd love to do. So many things I'd love to do. No shortage. What do I use for a painting tablet? I use an Intuos 4, a Wacom Intuos 4. I use the large size because I'm a big man and I need my room. I has to has my tablet space. Has to has it. My big clumsy hands need lots of room to slide over this smooth surface. Has to has is a trademarked copyrighted phrase. Trademark Marjorie Davis, 2014. Pretty sure it's her catchphrase. Do you hear people screaming outside? Because they are. Oh, so one thing I'm kind of confused about. Okay, I see something. Let's figure this out. This thing right here, the part should be here because that's where the buttons go. So I'm gonna resolve this now, I think. I'm gonna bring this over. And then darken the parts that aren't going to be catching as much light. Then good. Alright. So let's see where I can get the. This character reminds me of somebody. Who does he remind me of? So let's bring the part over to like here, I guess. So I think this is what I'm going to do from now on, if anyone's paying attention to what I've been doing. I'm going to do these all-day streams, I think, and just get, because I do 10 hours a week for art camp. I think I'm just going to do like 7 in one go, basically. So I'm just going to like do a ton and then like pepper in a few here and there as the week goes forward. But I like this better because I don't have to like worry about scheduling it, and more people. It seems like more people can come if I do them this way, because then I'm working through multiple time zones. So it's like this feels a little better than the way we've been doing it, which is me at 3 in the morning going, I got nothing else to do. Let's do some paintovers for whoever the fuck's awake at 3 in the morning. So stick with this. This is still bothering me. I feel like the cape is just going to keep bothering me till the end of time. If someone says something in the chat and I miss it, I apologize. I'm getting into the render mode where I zone out. Right, you had those buttons. Okay. So this clothing feels very oriental. I'm not sure. I want to say Thailand. I feel like that's what this is leaning towards for me. This style thing he's wearing feels like Thailand. So I might pull some influence from that. Oh, I know who this reminds me of now. I get it. I understand. I like it when something finally clicks and you're like, oh. Oh, that's what it is. It reminds me of a character from my favorite video game series that no longer exists. So, yeah, there we go. Some good nostalgia going on. Some good nostalgia going on. Yeah, it reminds me of this guy from Suikoden right here. Yep, reminds me of him quite a bit because he has that same kind of shirt and staff and hair. Yeah, Suikoden was awesome. I'm never gonna understand why they like let that fall apart. But oh well. Yeah, it must have been sales. It's a really good game though. I got the art book for Suikoden 2, and it's crazy because there's like 150 characters in it. So like it's a huge art book of all the different versions of all the characters that got cut from the game, and all the finals and all the pencil drawings and all the monsters, and it's like it's crazy to see them do like 150 characters that all feel unique that live in the same universe. It's really cool, like really really good stuff. Yeah, you can get it on Amazon. Favorite character in Suikoden? Suikoden 1 or 2? Which one? Now we're getting into very nerdy territory. This is Dangerously nerdy. Two, favorite character in two? Definitely Killy, who is the guy in the red coat with the big red cowboy hat that looks like bird wings, who has the two sighs. Definitely Necklord, the vampire. No, just kidding. I always loved that there was a vampire called Necklord. They were trying to go for like Necronomicon, like neck meaning death, but like vampires bite necks. So it literally just, when I was a kid, I thought it was like Lord of Necks. It was like the dumbest fucking name I'd ever heard. Yeah. Necklord. Terrible. Terrible name. There he is. Being a vampire. What a scary guy. Hmm. Being a vampire. Here he is. Here he is, shooting magic evil spells. Being a vamp man. Oh, Necklord. You're so misunderstood. Hmm. You have to copy paste it. You have to manually copy paste the link. Livestream does that sometimes. Pardon me here while I erase this elemental real quick and then bring it back. I want his hand getting lit up significantly by it. instead of sitting. Let's see. Just gotta change this real quick to have the other leg coming down. So because this thing's made of fire, I'm gonna make it look like she's lit from the inside. A bit of white around the outside. Give me a second here. I'm changing the pose now that the hand's open. And again, I know I've changed a lot on the paintover. These are just my suggestions to make it more active. If these don't work with what you had in mind for the piece, you know, obviously stick with the stuff that did work. I don't want to steamroll anybody here. Just making suggestions based on the elements you've put on the page. Anyone in the chat have anything they want to talk about before I get super quiet and disappear here again? I'm so self-conscious about it. Do you have any art books you can recommend about fantasy design and concepts? I mean, all of the art of books are really good. Like, you know, if you're into the concept design of a certain movie, get the art of it. It's really, really helpful. I've got all the Lord of the Rings concept art books. I've got all the World of Warcraft concept art books. Even though I don't do stuff that's like that, I still appreciate a lot of the stuff that they do and a lot of the things they pull from. Like the Mists of Pandaria book especially is really, really, really good. They really, really upped their standard on that game with the art. I've got all the Spectrum books. You know, Spectrum's great for seeing what's going on and what other people are doing, and it's just helpful. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of stuff. Yeah. And then there's the reference books I talked about the other day, like, you know, the eyewitness books that I used to read when I was a kid in the library and that kind of thing. Those are really great. Those are basically just visual references. Hold on a second while I render these biobes. My favorite movie? Oh God, there's so many. Jesus, let me think here. My favorite movie. My favorite movie. I actually have an answer, and I'm trying to remember which one it is. I always remember which one it is after I give an answer, and it's never the right one, which is kind of funny, but. Kill Bill is my favorite movie. Kill Bill, immediately followed by The Dark Crystal. The Dark Crystal would win, but Kill Bill is a movie I can put on any time of day. The Dark Crystal will make me sleepy if I haven't had enough coffee, so it doesn't win. I can put on Kill Bill at any time of day, no matter how tired I am, and I will be thoroughly attached to it for the entire film. I love that movie. I love all of his movies, Quentin Tarantino, but Kill Bill is my absolute favorite. Dark Crystal's number 2, and then tied for third place are The Neverending Story and either Muppet Treasure Island or Legend. Oh God, Muppet Treasure Island is so good. It might win. There's tons of movies I love though. Like, I could watch The Fellowship of the Ring 50 million times and never get tired of it. Not so much the other two, but I could watch that one 50 million times and never get tired of it. Yeah, if no one asks questions, I just kind of go into render mode. You gotta figure my brain's using most of its brain power right now to actually look at this thing and paint it and try to come up with something that I'm enjoying. So the rest of my brain power just kind of falls off. Falls off if it's not, you know, challenged by something I have to think about. And then I sink into the quietness and fade away. Cool. This isn't perfect, but I'm just roughing something in. Oh, let's see. Been looking at some Chinese movies. They've been getting really good with the cinematography and costuming, very realistic sort of stuff. Yeah, have you seen Red Cliff? I think it's Red Cliff, right? And then I go look it up. Yes, Red Cliff. Watch the extended version of Red Cliff, the like 5-hour one. So good. So many good costumes. It's got one of my favorite dudes in it. Oh God, hold on. It's so good. Yeah, this guy. This guy. This guy's costume is so sweet. My God, watch the extended one though. This guy's costume is so sweet. I love it. But yeah, and also if you're into that kind of stuff, watch 13 Assassins, which is Japanese. It's not Chinese, but 13 Assassins is wicked good. So good. Let's see. So Dan, what is your dream girl like? Okay. I'll answer that question. Let's see. She's not super skinny, because feeling bones is gross, and I like a girl who's a little curvy. This is gonna be a very exposing. It's gonna be a very exposing series of answers. I like. I like kind of darker blonde, brown, red hair. I'm not huge on black. I hate platinum blonde. You know, I like that color. It's got to have a good sense of humor. A girl who laughs that's the best thing. Sounds stereotypical, but I'm being completely honest. Got to have that. Got to be someone I can talk to about anything and everything, even if it's awkward. Because otherwise, what's the point? I don't know. Glasses can be a plus. Gotta have good. Another big thing. Gotta be like sane and have like a good. Doesn't have to be from a good family and have a good family dynamic, but like, gotta like have some kind of like grounding. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I need. Gotta be somebody who like has some kind of. I don't know. Moral grounding, I guess, that I don't know, that's important to me. So I've dated crazy people. I think everybody has, but yeah. I don't know. Those all sound like really basic things. I'm trying to think of a better way to answer it. They sound basic, but they're incredibly hard to find. So this has nothing to do with art. This is my chauvinistic answers of what makes a woman worthy. Jesus Christ, how did I get here? God, I don't know. So many things. I mean, really, the laughter one is the biggest deal, because like you guys ever dated somebody and you just don't have a good time with them, and like it feels like everything's forced. Like you go to dinner because going to dinner should be having a good time, and it's like you're plugging things into the idea of this I can have fun with this person in this scenario, and like that's terrible. Like I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about, but it's like you should be able to have fun with them just doing whatever. Like it shouldn't be, oh, you know, the opera house is a thing that's romantic, right? So we have to do that because if it's just the two of us at home on a Saturday night, then fuck that. Like, hey, that's a bad scenario to be in. So nobody like that. Nobody superficial. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to answer this honestly. Yeah, neurotic's a turn off. I don't know. There you go. Whatever. I don't know what else to say, really. But yeah, that's my starter kit for the perfect woman. It's got to be unashamedly into things that they're into. If they like something, they like it. They're not afraid of seeming nerdy or weird or shy or strange. They like it or they don't like it. Honesty's the big thing. Honesty. There you go. If it's an anime girl, it's an anime girl, and they're just like, I love anime, whatever. If it's someone who's really into Barbies, they're just, you know what? I don't know what it is. I just love my Barbies. I don't know. Whatever. Just honesty. Yep, Bon Jovi, sure, whatever. That works. That works. Yeah. I'm having way too much fun. See, I gotta watch out for this. This is a trap right here. I'm just having too much fun painting this fire here, so I have to stop. have to stop. I have a friend who has like, it's not natural, but it's like really, really like kind of pretty red hair that's kind of a little blonde. And like, I think I'm just zoning out, painting that, and thinking, what does it look like? How does it catch light? And it's just like gross. I'm gonna waste so much time rendering this hair if I don't stop. So let's get this flame behind it going, and then we can throw a color layer on there to get the flames going, and yeah, get this paint over slightly, a bit more back on track. Jeez. Okay. I need to delete that, and this, and this, and this, and this. Okay. Now, actually, you know what? Let me just grab this all here. It's almost time for me to caffeinate again. I got the biggest work order, the biggest single work order I've ever had in my entire 2-year, 3-year career today. I woke up and it was like, hey man, are you ready to design 20 characters? And I was like, oh. And then I got coffee and started working. So at some point I'm going to have to get off of here and go back to that. But for now, I'll paint this little fire girl. I'm going to grab a overlay layer. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Looked kind of cool. Didn't mean to do it. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's about right. Whoops. Drop that down. Cool. So I should probably wrap this up, even though there's more I want to do. I know I keep saying that, but I know I get carried away in paintovers, but they're just so much fun. Oh, yeah, let's see. And I'm quiet again. My dream house? Well, if it's not on water, it's got to have a pool, but preferably on water, either a lake or an ocean or something. It has to be on water. Good sized yard, woods nearby, hopefully. I grew up on a lake house on next to an Indian reservation that was all forest, so I'm really partial to that stuff. It's really important to me to have that around in a place I'm gonna stay for a long time. So outside of that, porch or a deck or something to sit outside on is a must, and a room that I can turn into a study slash library is very important because I need a place to work on art and stuff like that and keep my books, because I have way too many books. I have so many books, novels and art books and all that shit. So many books. But yeah, those are the big things. Yeah, so water, woods, library, porch. That's what it would take to get me to consider buying a house. I'm not a very big city person. I like living close enough to a city that I can drive in if I want to, but I don't like living in a city. Secret rooms would be nice, yeah. If I pressed a button and the wall slipped away, that'd be pretty cool. I could be down with that. Yeah, I need woods. I want to have kids, and I need woods nearby so my kids can play in the woods. So there you go. Gotta have woods. If I don't have woods, how are my kids going to play in the woods? You need the woods. I'm going to do to my child what my father did when I was 10, and I'm going to say, listen, son or daughter, this is called a machete. And those pesky briars that keep sticking in your jeans will be cut away with one fell swipe of this rusty blade. Do not tell your mother I gave this to you. Now go forth and adventure and pretend you're Link from Zelda in the woods, 9-year-old son. That's exactly what my father said to me. He said, son, if a snake starts sliding towards you, kill it, because it wants to kill you. And I said, but Dad, and he said, no, son, kill it. This isn't a discussion. I said, but Dad, and he said, listen to me. I won't have a snake bite you and kill you. You take the machete, you cut off its head. Cutting it in half isn't good. It can still bite you as it's bleeding out. You gotta cut that snake clear in half, son. You gotta fucking kill it. And I said, but Dad, I don't want to kill anything. And he said, don't be such a pussy. Oh, sorry. Just memories. Memories of the day my dad taught me to kill snakes. Now all my dad does is watch The Voice and Pawn Stars. Now, James, I'm actually curious. When you killed that duck, did you cut its head off and hang it upside down so all the blood came out naturally? Is that the way you did it? Because that's the way that people do it around here. I've seen them do it. I've never actually done it, but I've seen it done quite a few times. Oh, cool. Nice. So my brother, I've probably told this on here before a few times, but my brother's first like job, like where he got like a paycheck, like a real job, was being a historical reenactor at the Plymouth Plantation, which is where the Pilgrim stuff is. So one of the things he had to learn how to do, he had to learn how to load a musket, fire a musket, and he had to learn how to harvest all the stuff that's in the fields. He had to learn how to take care of the animals, and then he had to learn how to cook all the period authentic food. And yeah, he had to slaughter chickens, ducks, turkeys, all that kind of stuff. And that's what they would do. They'd kill them and cut their heads off and hang them from a thing and let the blood come out with gravity. And they'd let them sit there for like 2 days and season. I don't think they actually ate those. I think that was for show because we don't use our appendix anymore, but those people did back then. But yeah, but then they'd let it sit, and then they'd stuff it and let it sit, and then they'd roast it. Then they'd take the grease from the duck and put it inside a porridge and make like a bread pudding out of it. He had to do all that crazy stuff. I'm rewatching Dexter. Only the first 2 seasons. So close. So close to done with the first 2 seasons. After that, Dexter becomes the worst show ever. So good for those first 2 seasons, though. I've got a game called Liver Failure, where every time a character in Dexter says Dark Passenger, you take a shot of any alcohol. Good luck. I was gonna watch Orange is the New Black, but then I saw Dexter and I said, you know what? I'm gonna go with the devil I know instead of the devil I don't. And I clicked Dexter. Probably a mistake. I'll watch Orange is the New Black. Sorry, I'm just roughing in some light on this hand. Tell us more stories. That's too vague. I need direction. I can't just talk for the sake of talking. the new series of Hellblazer? I have no idea. I got no clue. Hellblazer is Constantine, right? John Constantine. I think. If I know things. I might not know things. Hmm. I think DC should just make origin TV shows out of all their superheroes. I mean, supervillains, not heroes. Their villains are way better than their heroes. I don't know why they're doing like Flash and Green Arrow and all that shit. I'd much rather watch a Mr. Freeze show where he becomes Mr. Freeze slowly, and then the last season he just is Mr. Freeze for the whole season, and you're like sympathetic to it because you did it with him. Like, I love that so much. I'd love How Did the Riddler Become the Riddler, the TV show. Like, I'd watch the shit out of that. But their heroes suck. Like, I don't know. I'm never gonna care about the Flash and Green Arrow. But then again, I said I'd never like Quicksilver. And then I saw Days of Future Past, so take that with a grain of salt. Yeah, there you go. Do a Scarecrow show. Are you listening, DC? We have all the ideas that will save you. When is the era of Cinecomics going to end? Probably over the next 10 years. Roughly. I mean, most of these things come in bursts of about 10 or 20 years. This looks like it's going to be a 20-year one. But yeah, they're not going anywhere anytime soon because they haven't even exhausted half of what they can yet. They've got Avengers movies planned out till like 2030 or some shit. mean, I don't know if this is true, but I heard they're remaking Beetlejuice. So if stuff from the 80s is already old enough to get a reboot, then, I mean, comics are just going to recycle themselves. You know, they're going to exhaust all the comic book movies, and then they're just going to start over and be like, it's the new Avengers. It's the new. They basically just rebooted the X-Men. Like you guys understand that Days of Future Past was just a reboot of the entire franchise, right? That's the only reason that movie came out, is because they said, "Oh, we fucked up. Let's fix this by going back in time and erasing the entire continuity so we can start over." Like, that's all that is. It's them saying, "How do we get more X-Men movies? Let's erase the timeline." When was a reboot of Clue? I don't know. They made a fucking Battleship movie, so who knows? Anything's doable now. Anything can happen in a world where Battleship's a movie. I'm pretty sure. I can't confirm this. You can probably find it online, but I think Transformers 4 is a reboot of the Transformers continuity. I'm pretty sure it's a reboot. So, you know, that thing you always wanted. More Transformers. It's on its way. Hmm. hey. Sorry, I was getting really bored. My brain's not working anymore. I should probably stop working on this. There's more stuff I need to do to it, though. Don't take it personally, Evan. You can't help it. Oh, God. It takes about, I don't know, it's different for everybody. It takes about, for me it took about a month to get used to my tablet. Roughly. After you're used to it, it just kind of is the same as drawing on regular paper. It just has shortcuts and undo buttons. But yeah, it takes a while to get used to it. It feels very weird and kind of alien at first, but it works itself out. You just gotta stick with it. Oh, God.
Way up in Harlem at a table for two. There was four of us, me, your big feet, and you. From your ankles up, you sure are neat. Yeah. But from that down, they cost me too much feet. Yes, your feet's too big. Can't stand you 'cause your feet's too big. Say I can't tolerate you 'cause your feet's too big. Johnny Choir, what with what would? How's that bar vocal? Is it a killer? Where'd you get 'em? Your gal, she loves you. She thinks you're nice. She claims you got everything to take you to paradise. Ain't that a killer? She likes your loving. She likes your ring. But man, oh man, them things are too big. Yes, your feet's too big. Can't stand you 'cause your feet's too big. Say I can't tolerate you, lady, 'cause your feet's too big. Let me on your feet and earn your salary, son. Blow. Oh, play that doghouse music. I love it. That's it. Give me the growl. Say your pedal extremity He's all colossal, but to me you ain't nothing but an old fossil. Yes, you got me walking, talking, and walking, 'cause your feet's too big. Yes, your feet's too big. Can't stand you 'cause your feet's too big. Say I can't tolerate you, I really hate you, 'cause your feet's too big. In fact, your pedal extremities are a bit obnoxious. Where did you get them, son? Where did you get them? One never knows too much.
If you guys don't ask some questions to get me talking, we're just going to listen to more Fats Waller. So you can go ahead and deal with that. Go ahead and deal with that. I'll give you 30 seconds. It's my favorite type of horse, Clydesdale. That's easy. When I was a little kid, my father repainted the tanks at the Budweiser brewery here in New England. I was about 5 years old, and I got to go to the job with them. And they took me to the stables where they kept the famous Clydesdales, the Anheuser-Busch Clydesdales, that are in all the parades, and all the old advertisements from the 80s had the Anheuser-Busch Clydesdales carrying the big thing full of beer. And I went out to the stables, and I'd never seen a bigger animal in my entire life. Clydesdales are beasts. They're massive, massive horses. And that was like the coolest thing ever as a kid. So ever since, Clydesdales have been my favorite horse. I just love them. My first date? Do I even remember my first date? Jesus. I remember the first girl I dated. I don't remember my first date. I'm trying really hard to remember now. I guess it wasn't memorable. It wasn't like a date. I guess if what I'm considering our first date is what we're going by, it's not really like a date. It's just the first time there was anything. For lack of a better way to put it. So yeah, it's kind of weird. It wasn't like it was like before we had our licenses, so we couldn't like go somewhere on a date. We had to just hang out and find excuses to hang out when we were in similar situations. So yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know how to answer that question. Sorry, I can't really give you an answer on that. Later, James. Is James gone yet? Is he gone? So I can tell you about how it went. I don't want him to hear it. truth of the matter is, the first thing I would consider a date was a field trip we had to go on when we were in school to a place in Massachusetts that I mentioned earlier that my brother worked at called Plymouth Plantation. And we went there on a field trip, and we were in the same class in the same school. So we were all walking around on the field trip, and then me and the girl decided to sneak away. And when nobody was looking, we ran into the woods. And then we hung out in the woods and talked, and I don't know, cuddled under trees. Might have been some smooching involved. And then when everybody went to have lunch, we snuck out of the woods and we snuck into one of the pilgrim houses and we locked the door. And then we hung out in a pilgrim house for like a while. And then somebody came and tried to open the pilgrim house. It was one of the actors, and then we had to open it, and we got caught. And they were cool about it. They didn't report us or anything because nothing was missing or broken. So then we went and got in trouble for sneaking away. And we said we were sorry. We were just so fascinated by watching what one of the people were doing that we lost track of the group. So we didn't get punished. And then might have been some hand-holding on the bus all the way home. You know, your basics. There you go. What passions me about art? I like passions as a verb. I like that. What passions me about art? I don't know. For me, it's just how do I phrase it? How do I phrase it? It's the well, I mean, there's different things. I guess that would be the boring answer. Like, if I'm doing character design, it's culture is what makes me passionate. But if I'm looking at art itself and I'm not actually making it, then it's the creativity of the other people. It's like that guy Jake Wyatt who does that comic Necropolis. I think it's called Necropolis. Is it called Necropolis? His stuff like blew me away when I saw it because it felt like a one-to-one translation of somebody's vision on a page with no, lawyers or companies or art directors or, profit people getting involved and saying, oh, you should do this, you should do this, you should do this, you should try that. Like, it was just this honest one-to-one of like some guy had this idea and here it is, and it was just like really pure and unfiltered, and I like that a lot. That stuff's really cool. Yeah, I like it when I see artists that are just very clearly doing the thing that they want to do. That excites me the most when I'm looking at art. When I'm designing art, it's literally just design. Let's see. Is art ever going to be as mainstream as music in the future, in your opinion? Like having Art Germ being the new Bon Jovi and stuff like that? No, it's never going to be that. Ever. It's never going to be that big. It's never going to be that big. Because you can't commercialize it. You can't play art on the radio and you can't show it on TV. Art doesn't move, so it won't captivate an audience as long as a song or a TV show. Most people have short attention spans, so something has to happen every couple seconds or people aren't interested. They can watch a TV show and get absorbed because things are moving on the screen. There's music, there's interactivity, there's speech. It's turning their brain on. They can listen to They can listen to music. They can listen to music or songs because it's got a beat, it's engaging, it's energetic, it's rhythm. That's there, but art is just digital, 2D art that we're talking about is just kind of flat images on a screen. And only, I'm not being snobby when I say this, it's just the truth. It's like, it takes a certain kind of person with a certain kind of background and way of thinking to appreciate that for a long period of time. you know, most people can see it and appreciate it, but they're done with it in 2 seconds. It takes, like, you know, somebody who's either done something similar or is just really, really loves that stuff to sit there and, like, just love it. So I don't think it's ever going to be mainstream like music is. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I think the closest art can possibly get to going mainstream like music is video games, where it's interactive artwork, like, you know, pixels running around on a screen that were designed by an artist. Like, that's the closest we're ever going to get. But then you factor in programmers, you factor in, you know, musicians, you factor in level designers. You know, it's not really a one-person thing anymore, unless it's one of those rare games that was entirely done by a guy. But, you know, I don't think it's ever going to be as big as music unless it's interactive. I really don't. What gives me a boner? Oh, an art boner. Never mind. That's much more specific. An art boner is solid design, really successful, simple, effective design. Culture stuff can be crazy. You can go off the rails with culture stuff and have it still work. Like, you know, if you've ever seen those paintings of Middle Eastern dudes that the Orientalists did, where it's like 12 layers of clothing and a sash, and he's got a gun and a pistol and a machete, and he's got bullets, and he's got a compass, and he's got a turban, and he's got jewelry. Like, people actually wore that stuff, and yes, that is true to that culture, but I like seeing very effective, well thought out design. Like, yeah, that's the stuff that really excites me. Do I find my life more balanced these days? Balanced is the wrong word. It's less hectic. I'm not pulling 24-hour shifts of doing nothing but freelancing and then getting 2 hours of sleep and doing it again, thank God. But I'm still working a ton. I'm probably working a 12-hour day now on average. Sometimes 14, sometimes 10, but 12 seems to be the average. But yeah, I still do pretty much nothing but work. I'm trying to change that, but it's easier said than done. But it's less work and it's funner work. It's work that I actually enjoy doing. All the companies I'm working for right now are companies that I really enjoy working with, so that's fun. I get to do stuff like Steve Lichman with Dave. Yeah, that's been fun. Yeah, I don't know. Traveling more, so that's nice. Yeah, it's been good. I get to do paintovers again. Obviously, I'm doing right now because that's fun. Good to have a reason to do those again because I do enjoy doing them. I won't be doing another paintover today. This will be the last one. I'll probably be doing one tomorrow night though, around the same time as now. Oh, is this yours, Sumo? Cool. It's good to have you in here. Yeah, this is gonna be on demand. I know it's a pretty big departure from what you had. I talk my way through most of it, and then sometimes I go into the night zone and listen to ragtime music. I'm sorry about that. If you watch it back on demand, I'm sorry, but I've been painting all day, so my brain's like shutting off. But no, yeah, yeah. The fairy was like a light source in the original, so I thought it would be cool to actually like use her as a light source and like make it darker. I didn't really see what the background was supposed to be if there was one, so I like figured I'd let the fairy be the light source of the piece and really give her like a purpose in the illustration. But I'm almost done here. I could keep painting this all day because I really enjoy this piece a lot. but I'm gonna stop. Gonna stop. Still working for Paizo. I'd love to see more stuff. I've got 4 Paizo campaigns I illustrated that I never released online because I wasn't. They were really happy with how it turned out, but for some reason I wasn't, so I never put them in my portfolio. Yeah, yeah. I never showed those to anybody. I still work for them occasionally. If I don't have other stuff going on, I do like working for Paizo. I love the art directors there; they're super nice people. I like the projects they put out and stuff. So, yeah, I do stuff from time to time, but it's definitely not my main job anymore. For a while, that was like all I did. But yeah, love me some Pathfinder. Good stuff. In my opinion, what's the future of art? 3D and anime, or will certain of today's awesome artists become the masters of the future? The future of art. I mean, well, what do you mean? That's too vague. Do you mean the future of what we do, concept art, or do you mean the future of art as a whole? Because the future of what we do is very specific. Very specific. No, hyperrealism's already dying. Hyperrealism came and it's starting to go. It's still here. It's not dead yet, but it's starting to fade away in popularity compared to where it was in the past 5 years. As a whole, you guess. Well, I mean, the thing, Andrew, is that even if the wave comes and goes, the people that are very good at it can still make a killing doing it. Like, so let me use this as an example. For anyone who's been in the community for more than 5 years, you should know what I'm talking about. Even if you haven't, you might know what I'm talking about. But about 10 years ago, maybe a little more than 10 years ago, I'm going to say 10 years ago, Marco Derjovic and some other people at Massive Black started posting sketches for a project called Degenesis on the forums at conceptart.org. And the post-apocalyptic art revolution began, and everybody started copying it. And everything was, you got to design costumes out of junk, and your people got to have these tattoos, and the entire entertainment art world, everybody that was on those forums, just started doing nothing but sci-fi, post-apocalyptic, basically junk designs of, like, you know, people wearing all kinds of stuff that's been turned into armor and all that shit. And it was the biggest single, like, because that was right when the community was finally hitting, like, critical mass. Like, everything was in place for, like, a big explosion of something like that. So that was, like, the first huge one. And it went for about 4 years, and then it started to burn down. But then the people who were still really, really good at it, like, you know, Wes and Marco and all those people, James K, I think it was James K, I'm sorry if I got that wrong. They kept doing it, and it was still really good, and everybody still loved it, but the other 90% of the people that were just doing it as kind of like, oh, I love this artist, and they're doing it, so I'm going to copy them because I love them, most of those people just kind of fell off and started doing other stuff. They found a new bandwagon to hitch themselves to and just kind of kept going. But the people that defined it still do it, and they still do it really well, and it's still respected. So, like, if your thing is, you know, something that you're afraid is going out of style, it doesn't matter. If you're good at it, and it's based in entertainment art, there's always going to be an audience for it. Especially now, with, like, Kickstarter and all that stuff, because there's literally people who go to, you know, they go, oh, you know what, I'm really only interested in cyberpunk, but it's not a big enough market to really make money in if I want to go to a company. But I know that there's people out there that want it. So why don't I just make my own cyberpunk thing and crowdfund it? And then all those fans, see, that's the thing, all those fans, that niche audience, they want that. It's like the tabletop explosion. Like, tabletop games were like a super niche thing for a super long time. But now with Kickstarter, companies can make their dream tabletop game experience made by fans for fans. And, like, that's the thing. It's like, no company is going to take that risk because on paper it doesn't look like a good idea. There's not enough fans of that niche to justify putting tons of money into it if you're a company. But if you're an individual, that's a huge opportunity to take nothing and make it into something massive. Because without shareholders and lawyers and all that shit involved, there's a huge audience out there for tabletops, for cyberpunk, for post-apocalyptic, all that stuff that doesn't really look good on paper has a huge following for people that are passionate about it and do it well. So it's like, do that. Like, it's fine. There's always going to be people out there that like that stuff. Like, always, always, always. Like, everybody was mad that, everybody saw what happened when they took, what was it called? Shadowrun. They made a new Shadowrun game, and it was just like a shooter. And all the fans got mad because they were like, well, we like Shadowrun. We like the RPG elements. We like the weirdness. We like all the tech stuff. And they were like, well, you know, Call of Duty's big right now, so we're going to turn Shadowrun into Call of Duty and sell more because the fan base of Shadowrun wasn't big enough to justify spending $300 million on a video game and only making back $100 million. But if you're not making a $300 million game and you're just making like an indie game that's going to cost you maybe $1 million, every single one of those Shadowrun fans is going to buy it. That's the thing, is like, that audience is waiting for somebody to give them what they've been asking for. All those audiences are. They want it so bad and they're not getting it from anyone. So don't be afraid if you think what you like is going to die out. It's not going to die out. It might not be the most popular thing in the world, but you can still make a living off it. You can still put it to work for you. But yeah. Never be afraid that something in entertainment art's going away. It will never go away. Look at Conan. Conan is still a thing. That book was written in like the 30s or something. Like, you're gonna be fine. Is it best to love the path you love? Best to follow the path you love 100%, or to give clients what they want with a slight bit of style? I'd say do both. I'd say do client work until you're at a point where you have the launch pad underneath you to do what you want to do, because you have to build an audience. You have to let the world know that you're there. Like, that's the thing. Like, if you just do art that you like and there's no one knows who you are and there's no one to see it, that doesn't really work. Like, you need ability, you need an audience, you need both of those. Like, that's the thing. You need ability, you need a portfolio, and you need an audience. Like, if you don't have all three, you're kind of primed for failure from the start. And the best way to build an audience is to work for clients or do fan art or something like that. But yeah. If you work for Pathfinder, all the people that play Pathfinder that like your work are going to follow you. If you work for Magic and you do a really good card, all the people are going to see that and they're going to be into you. If you do fan art or something and you really nail it, everybody who is a fan of that is going to see it and follow you. And then once you do all that stuff, when you're ready to launch your own project, that's exactly what you want to do. You have that collected audience from all those other things you've done, and they're all ready to go following you. But you kind of have to have that, otherwise your thing is just going to get lost on the internet. It's like, if you guys follow video game stuff, I don't know if you do, but every single company that was making like Japanese style role playing games stopped because they said the audience for this is too niche. They just stopped. And they said, okay, we have to change what these games are, change the perception, change the discussion. We have to completely do, something brand new. We have to make it exciting. Like, people don't want this. And even though fans were saying we want it, they said, well, not enough of you want it, so let's change it. And all that stuff went away for almost a decade. There was really nothing. And then, last year, Squaresoft took a chance publishing a game called Bravely Default, if anyone follows game stuff, and that outsold everything that they've done for like the past 5 years. Outsold Final Fantasy 13, which was $1 million, multi-million dollar blockbuster game. Outsold all of the things they published, like Tomb Raider and Hitman and all that shit. It was their best-selling, best-reviewed, best-scored thing in years. And they went, oh, okay, wait a minute, maybe people actually do know what they want. Whoops. But that's the thing. For almost 10 years, everybody wrote that entire genre off as something nobody wanted. So it's like, don't be afraid of that shit. Like, the stuff you like is always going to have an audience. There's always going to be enough people that are into it to make money off it. No matter what it is. There's an audience for everything these days. Oh god, I'm gonna stop just because my brain's dying. If anyone has any last questions, feel free to put them in the chat and I'll try to answer them. But my Steam is pretty much gone at this point. Oh fuck, yeah, I'm wiped. It's been a good 7 or 8 hours of streaming today. Will the competition get stiffer in the future of our industry? Yeah, probably. Because studios are closing at an alarming rate. But that's the thing, is that there's no competition for innovation. Nobody seems to recognize that. There's competition for things that already exist. Somebody says, there's this pie and there's 3 slices left. Who wants it? And everybody wants in on it. But there's no competition for innovation, because if you make something that hasn't existed before, by definition, it doesn't exist. You're the only one doing it. So making your own IP, putting out your own book, developing your own game, writing your own script, whatever the fuck it is, if you're making the content yourself, you're not competing with anyone. And that's where the industry is going right now because of crowdfunding and the stuff that allows people to do. So in one way, yes, there will be more competition in the future because there won't be as many studios. Things will be more concentrated. There will be less jobs with less people working on them. That's been happening like crazy. But on the flip side of that, there will be much less competition because more people will just realize, oh, wait a minute, my ideas are worth something on their own. I don't need to go through a company. I can just make something. And no one's going to compete with me because it's me making it. So hire yourself. You're never going to fire yourself, But yeah, so it's like a two-pronged answer. On the one hand, yes. On the other hand, no. It's just some people will innovate and other people won't. And that's kind of up to the individual. Type in studio closures since year 2000 on Google and just take a look. You can find those statistics. I'm not making that up. Studios are closing exponentially. Exponentially. Because what's happening is, number one, games are too expensive to make if they're AAA right now, number one. So studios that can't afford to make them are getting bought out by bigger studios, which means that they have double the staff, so half gets let go. That's a takeover or a buyout. And then the other half of what's happening is that there's too many, how do I put this? there's more studios that are coming up that are indies that have like 3-person teams, and they're not hiring anybody because it's a 3-person team. They're trying to make a game for nothing, so they can't really hire a lot of staff and pay a lot of salary. So yes, tons of stuff is closing. That's just a reality. What about the illustration industry? What about it? You gotta ask me a question. You can't just say, what about? This will be my last question. This illustration industry question. And then I gotta go. Oh, solely for illustration? Assuming that's the question. Yeah, there are okay. So here's a breakdown. Here's a breakdown of the illustration industry and probably where it's gonna go. This isn't set in stone. It's just based on what's been happening. Illustration is already an incredibly competitive field. There's thousands of us trying to get, jobs that are very quickly disappearing. Companies that used to hire illustrators are going out of business because print is slowly dying, pretty much. Slowly dying. Magic cards are still magic cards. Some books are still coming out, but overwhelmingly most book publishers, magazines, newspapers have gone out of business or will go out of business shortly. That's another statistic you can look up. That's just the fact of it. The thing that filled in the gap for illustrators, which is basically salary illustration, is games and movies. Some people call it concept art. Some people call it illustration. There's a line that they both bleed into. You can be an illustrator working on a movie and it gets called concept art for the movie because it's concepting the movie. Same thing with a game, but you're still an illustrator. You know what I mean? Like that's your job. It's just what you're doing happens to be concept art. But it's already fiercely competitive. Most of the work in illustration right now is freelance. There's not that many salary illustration jobs, but there are a few. A lot of people just teach for a living because it's easier to have a steady income that way. But again, it's the same answer as the previous thing. If you're an illustrator and nobody's hiring you, there's a get out of jail free card in crowdfunding. You can make your own book and illustrate it yourself. You can take something that's in the public domain, like somebody kickstarted a Peter Pan graphic novel. That story is in public domain. Nobody owns Peter Pan. It's too old to own. The copyright's gone. So he said, I'm going to do a graphic novel because I'm a graphic novel artist, and all these companies that are printing graphic novels are going out of business. They're all going out of business because print's too expensive because everything's digital now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on Kickstarter and crowdfund my Peter Pan vision. I don't have to pay for the rights of Peter Pan. I know that maybe I'm not the best author, but I am a great artist. So I don't have to take a risk and write a story that people might not like. I'll take this classic, I'll go and I'll do it justice. I won't have to pay any royalties to anyone, and I'll just put it out. And that guy made a killing. You know what I mean? Like, he innovated. He said, okay, here's all the things that exist. None of them are hiring. Let's do something that no one's doing. And he did that, and it worked. So, again, the answer is innovation. There's no competition for innovation. There just isn't. And there never will be, because that's what it is. It's innovated. But, yeah, so hopefully that makes sense. Because it's the answer. Concept art and illustration are kind of like weird siblings. They sort of look like each other, but they have different personalities. Illustrators can be concept artists. Concept artists can be illustrators. Like, it's really just whatever job you're doing that applies the label. So the answer for both, when it comes down to, yes, both industries are shrinking. Yes, there's more competition. What's the answer? The answer for both of them is innovation, because they're basically the same thing. It's an idea-based industry. People are paying you for your ideas. They want your ideas in their movie. They want your ideas in their games. Your designs are your ideas. Keep that, remember that. They're not paying you to be a render machine, usually. Sometimes they are. But most companies, if you're a concept artist there, they're hiring you to do concepts. They're saying, we will give you cash in exchange for idea. We want your idea, we're going to pay for it. It will be ours, there's your salary. If a company isn't going to pay you for your idea, it doesn't mean that your idea is worthless. It just means that there aren't enough companies out there to supply all the people that have ideas. The way around that is, your idea is probably good enough on its own to do something with without those people having to give you a paycheck. You can probably think for yourself, come up with your own stuff, do something. If you innovate, you can take those ideas that you were good enough to get paid for and turn them into work by either putting out your own book, designing your own game, funding your own thing. Like, the amount of stuff in the public domain that you can reinvent and spin off of is insane. Look at how many spin-offs of The Wizard of Oz there are. All of those made thousands of dollars. Most of them are terrible, but it doesn't matter because it says Wizard of Oz and it has a fan base. Like, if you're willing to innovate and you're willing to spin on something and you're willing to just go into what's available and do it, it doesn't have to be something in the public domain. If you have a great story, make your own graphic novel. If you have a great idea for a game, make your own game. Like, you can totally do that. But even if you don't, even if you can't write, even if you can't program, even if you absolutely can't come up with good ideas for characters, if you're just a render machine who's very good at drawing and painting, but you can't do anything else, even if you're that far down the ladder, you can still grab The Wind in the Willows and make your own illustrated version of it and sell thousands of them on the internet. You can still grab King Arthur, The Sword in the Stone, do your own version of it and sell thousands of it. You can still make a calendar. You can still do fan art. You can, like, it's lazy people that depend on other people to give them a paycheck that complain about there not being any jobs. Those are the people. It's the people that don't want to take the initiative to do something for themselves, that are so dependent on other studios and other people to give them a lifestyle and a way of living that once it's gone, they can't just, remember how to be creative. The root of creative is create, and yet they're so dependent on these other people to tell them what to do that they can't make a living. So, be a creator. Be creative. Do your own fucking thing and get paid for it. Everybody can do this. Anybody can do this. So even if you're shit at everything, grab something that already exists and do your version of it. It will work. And that's the end of my stream. Goodbye.